Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The marble statues in Hogwarts' Hall of Duelists stood silent and dust-covered, their once proud poses now serving only as reminders of an art long forbidden. Marcus Silvertooth paused before the largest statue, his wand light casting dancing shadows across the face of Phileas Flitwick, whose legendary last duel had led to the Great Ban 50 years ago. The prohibition of magical dueling had transformed Hogwarts. Where once the corridors rang with the sound of spells and counterspells, now students practiced only the most basic defensive magic under strict supervision. The official story claimed it was for safety, but Marcus had always sensed there was more to it. His suspicions were confirmed on a cold autumn evening, when his research into the castle's architectural magic led him to a hidden chamber behind the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. The room was circular, its walls lined with floating orbs that glowed with a soft, silvery light. As Marcus approached the nearest one, it pulsed with recognition, and suddenly, the room dissolved around him. He found himself standing in what appeared to be the Great Hall, but decades earlier. Students lined the walls, watching as two figures faced each other across a golden dueling platform. With a start, Marcus recognized a young Professor Flitwick, squaring off against a tall witch whose robes were the insignia of all for Hogwarts houses intertwined. "Observe carefully," the witch announced, her voice carrying clearly across time itself. "True dueling is not about power alone, but about the harmony of all magical aspects. The four houses, working as one, the duel that followed was unlike anything Marcus had ever seen. Spells didn't simply clash, they wove together, separated, and reformed in patterns that seemed to draw power from the very foundations of Hogwarts itself. This wasn't just combat. It was an art form that bordered on the divine. The memory faded, leaving Marcus breathless in the circular chamber. Over the next few weeks, he returned night after night, absorbing the knowledge contained in dozens of memory orbs. He learned of an ancient form of dueling that drew upon the combined powers of all four houses: Gryffindor's passion, Ravenclaw's precision, Hufflepuff's resilience, and Slytherin's adaptability. But his studies were interrupted one morning when the entire castle shuddered. In the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling which had shown the sky above for centuries began to crack, dark tendrils of energy seeping through the fissures. Headmistress Vector's voice echoed through the corridors, all students to their common rooms immediately. This is not a drill, Marcus felt it, then a pulling sensation, as if something was trying to drain the very magic from the air. The portraits on the walls began to fade, their subjects crying out in alarm. Even the ghosts seemed to grow dimmer. In that moment, everything clicked into place. The ban on dueling hadn't been about safety. It had been about preventing students from discovering this ancient art that could tap into the castle's fundamental magic. Because someone or something had been slowly draining that magic away, and they didn't want anyone to notice until it was too late. Marcus knew what he had to do, but he couldn't do it alone. That night, he summoned four others to the hidden chamber. Alexandra Lionheart, a Gryffindor whose raw magical power was matched only by her courage. Sophia Burrows, a Hufflepuff whose steady nature concealed extraordinary magical endurance. and the Slytherin twins, Corvus and Cassiopeia Black, whose unique ability to cast spells in perfect synchronization had been suppressed under the ban. "What I'm about to suggest is forbidden," Marcus told them, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "But if we don't act, Hogwarts itself may cease to exist." He showed them the memory orbs, let them see the truth about what dueling had once been. As understanding dawned in their eyes, the castle shuddered again, more violently this time. "The castle's magic isn't just fading," Sophia observed, placing her hand against a wall. "It's being consumed." "I can feel it." "By what?" Alexandra demanded. The answer came from Cassiopeia, who had been studying ancient runes. There are legends of magical parasites, entities that feed on concentrated magical energy. The founders built safeguards against them into Hogwarts itself, safeguards that relied on the constant renewal of magical energy through proper dueling. The ban didn't just end dueling. Corvus continued, completing his twin's thought. It slowly weakened the castle's defenses, allowing something to break through. Training in secret was dangerous, but they had no choice. Each night, the 5 students practiced the ancient forms shown in the memory orbs, learning to blend their magical signatures into something greater than the sum of its parts. The castle continued to deteriorate, but their combined magic seemed to stabilize the areas where they practiced. The crisis came to a head during the winter feast. The darkness that had been seeping through the ceiling coalesced into a writhing mass of shadow, and from it emerged a creature of nightmare, a magiphage, an ancient entity that devoured magical energy. Students screamed as their wands began to spark and die, the creature absorbing their power. "Now," Marcus shouted to his friends. They burst into action, taking positions at 4 points around the Great Hall. As the teachers struggled to evacuate students, Marcus began the incantation he had discovered in the oldest memory orb, Concordia Magici. He called out, raising his wand. The others responded in kind, their voices joining in harmony. Magic flowed between them, not in the crude back and forth of modern dueling, but in the intricate patterns of the ancient art. The magiphage sensed the surge of power and turned toward them, but it was too late. The combined magic of all 4 houses, channeled through 5 students working in perfect harmony, created a resonance that shook the very foundations of Hogwarts. The creature shrieked a sound that made the windows rattle as it was caught in a web of pure magical energy. "Hold the pattern," Marcus called out, remembering the witch from the memory. "Let the houses unite." Power surged through the ancient stones of Hogwarts, racing along the ley lines that the founders had laid down centuries ago. The magiphage twisted and writhed, but it could not break free. With a final, reality-bending shriek, it collapsed in on itself, taking the darkness with it. In the silence that followed, Headmistress Vector stepped forward, her face a mixture of awe and understanding. "So that's why Filius insisted we preserve the memory orbs," she whispered. He knew this day would come. The ban on dueling was lifted the next day. The Hall of Duelists was restored, and 5 new statues were commissioned, though Marcus and his friends insisted they be placed in a new wing, dedicated not to individual prowess, but to the power of magical unity. Years later, students would pause before these statues, reading the inscription beneath. In magic, as in life, true power lies not in standing alone, but in standing together, and in the restored Great Hall. The enchanted ceiling once again reflected the sky above, its magic renewed by the rediscovery of an art that had never truly been lost, but had simply been waiting for the right moment to be found again. Story 2. The first note rang out on the coldest night of winter, when frost painted delicate patterns across Hogwarts' ancient windows, and the Black Lake lay still as glass beneath a blanket of stars. It was a single, crystalline sound that seemed to emerge from nowhere and everywhere at once, making the very air vibrate with magical resonance. Arya Wansong sat bolt upright in her bed in the Ravenclaw Tower, her heart racing. The sound had come from her nightstand, where her rowan and unicorn hair wand lay seemingly innocent. Before she could reach for it, another note joined the first, this one deeper, richer, emanating from her roommate's wand. Then another, and another. Throughout the castle, thousands of wands began to sing. As a wand-maker's apprentice who had spent her summers learning the ancient craft from her grandmother, Arya recognized the magic thrumming through the air. This was old magic, the kind that lived in the very heart of wandcraft, in the mysterious space between wood and core, where magic found its voice. The melody grew stronger, weaving together in a haunting symphony that seemed to call to something deep within the castle's foundations. Students began to emerge from their dormitories, drawn by the otherworldly music. Their wands hummed and pulsed with soft light, pulling them toward the great oak doors and out into the night. Everyone, stop. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out across the entrance hall, but even as she spoke, her own wand trembled in her hand, its tip glowing with an intense silver light. Return to your dormitories immediately. But Arya couldn't turn back. The music spoke to her in a language beyond words, reminding her of something her grandmother had once told her about the Choir of Wands, a legendary phenomenon that occurred only in times of great magical upheaval, when the very balance of magic itself hung in the precipice. The students moved as one toward the Black Lake, their wands leading them forward like compass needles drawn to true north. The lake's surface had begun to ripple, though there was no wind, and beneath its dark waters, strange lights pulsed in rhythm with the wand's song. That's when Arya saw him, the ghost of a young man in outdated Hogwarts robes, hovering above the water's surface. His form seemed more solid than most ghosts, and in his transparent hands, he held a conductor's baton. "I am Maestro Melodius," the ghost announced, his voice carrying across the water. "Once, I was Hogwarts' first and only professor of magical music, before such arts were deemed too powerful and volatile to teach. I have waited centuries for the choir to sing again." The merpeople began to surface, their hauntingly beautiful voices joining the melody of the wands. Their song spoke of ancient times when magic flowed more freely, when the boundaries between the magical realms were thinner, and of a growing disharmony that threatened to unravel the very fabric of magic itself. Professor Flitwick pushed through the crowd of students, his face pale in the wandlight. "Miss Wansong," he called out to Arya, "your grandmother warned us this might happen." "You know what must be done," Arya nodded, her hand trembling around her singing wand. Her grandmother had prepared her for this possibility, though she'd hoped it would never come to pass. The Choir of Wands required a conductor, someone who understood both wand lore and music, who could guide the magical symphony toward harmony rather than chaos. Stepping forward, Arya raised her wand. The melody shifted, responding to her movements. She thought of everything her grandmother had taught her about the relationship between wandmaker and wand, about how each combination of wood and core created its own unique voice, waiting to be awakened. "We need to form the sacred circle," she called out, her voice stronger than she felt. 4 houses, 4 elements, 4 corners of magic itself. Understanding dawned on Professor McGonagall's face. "Houses to me," she commanded. Gryffindor to the east for fire, Ravenclaw to the north for air, Hufflepuff to the south for earth, Slytherin to the west for water. As the students moved into position, the ghost of Maestro Melodius nodded approvingly. "Yes, yes. The harmony must be perfect, or all is lost." The balance has shifted too far. The magical world pulls away from the mundane, growing wild and unstable. Only the choir can bind them together. Once more, the merpeople's song grew more urgent, and beneath the lake's surface, something massive stirred. A giant tentacle broke the water's surface, but instead of its usual purple hue, the giant squid glowed with an inner light that pulsed in time with the music. Arya felt the magic building, raw and powerful, as thousands of wands sang together, their voices rising in a crescendo that made the air itself shimmer with magical energy. She moved her wand like a conductor's baton, guiding the melody, feeling the push and pull of ancient forces. Then she heard a discordant note that sent shivers down her spine. Someone's wand was fighting against the harmony. It sung a harsh counterpoint to the unified chorus. In the Slytherin section, a first-year student named Marcus Blackthorn stood rigid, his wand emitting a high-pitched screech that threatened to shatter the delicate magical balance. His wand, Maestro Melodious, whispered, suddenly beside Arya. It contains a core from a creature of chaos, a thunderbird tail feather. It resists the binding without thinking. Arya moved through the crowd toward Marcus. The boy's eyes were wide with fear as his wand continued its discordant shriek. "It won't stop," he gasped. "I can't control it." "Don't try to control it," Arya said gently, remembering her grandmother's words. "Let it sing its own song. Every voice has its place in the greater harmony." She adjusted her conducting, creating space in the melody for the thunderbird's wild song. Instead of fighting against it, she wove it into the symphony, letting its untamed energy add depth and complexity to the magical chorus. The effect was immediate. The harsh screech transformed into a powerful descant that soared above the other notes, wild and free, yet perfectly in harmony with the whole. The giant squid's glow intensified, and the merpeople's voices rose in triumph. As the magical symphony reached its apex, Arya felt something fundamental shift in the world around them. The barrier between magical and mundane didn't dissolve. That would have been catastrophic, but it softened, found its proper balance once again. Magic would remain mysterious and powerful, but no longer would it threaten to break free from its bonds. The wand's song began to fade, note by note, until only a single tone remained, Arya's Rowan wand, singing one pure, perfect note that hung in the air for a moment before dissolving into silence. In the quiet that followed, Maestro Melodious smiled. "The balance is restored," he said softly. "Though I suspect this won't be the last time the choir of wands is needed." Magic, like music, is ever-changing, ever seeking its true harmony. As the students began to make their way back to the castle, their wands now quiet in their hands, Marcus Blackthorn approached Arya. "How did you know?" he asked. "About letting the song be wild?" Arya looked down at her own wand, feeling the residual warmth of the magic that had flowed through it. "Because that's what wand lore teaches us. Every wand is unique, every voice valuable. Sometimes the most important notes in a symphony are the ones that seem to break all the rules above them." The stars shone brighter than before, and in the castle windows, the frost had formed patterns that looked remarkably like musical notes. The black lake settled back into its glassy stillness, though now and then, a merperson's head would break the surface, their song a gentle reminder of the night when magic itself had found its voice, and a young wandmaker had helped it sing. Story 3. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle had witnessed many strange occurrences over the centuries, but none quite like this. The forbidden forest was growing. Not in the usual way that forests grow, with the slow patience of years and seasons, but with an urgent, almost desperate hunger. Each morning, the trees stood closer to the castle walls than they had the night before, their branches reaching like grasping fingers toward the ancient stonework. Lyra Moonwhisper noticed it first. As a seventh-year Hufflepuff with an extraordinary gift for herbology, she spent more time than most observing the subtle changes in the castle's flora. On this particular morning, she stood at the greenhouse windows, her breath fogging the glass as she watched the tree line creep forward another few inches. "Professor Longbottom," she called out, not taking her eyes off the forest's edge. "I think it's time we admitted this isn't natural growth." Neville Longbottom joined her at the window, his weathered face creased with concern. "No, it isn't," he agreed quietly. "The castle's ancient wards should prevent any magical expansion of the forest. Unless what? Unless something's calling it." That evening, Lyra sneaked into the restricted section of the library, drawn by a half-remembered reference in an ancient herbology text. As she ran her fingers along the spines of forbidden books, one seemed to quiver at her touch. The grimoire was bound in bark rather than leather, its pages made from pressed leaves that still felt alive beneath her fingers. The book told of the Silven Guardians, an ancient order of witches and wizards who had maintained the balance between the magical and natural worlds. They had been the mediators between wizard kind and the sentient forces of nature, maintaining ancient pacts with creatures that lived in the spaces between mundane and magical reality. A sudden noise made her look up. Through the library window, she could see a ghostly light weaving between the trees at the forest's edge. Without thinking, she grabbed the grimoire and ran from the castle. The night air was thick with magic, and the forest seemed to breathe with a collective consciousness. As Lyra approached, a figure emerged from between the trees, a centaur, but unlike any she had seen before. His coat was silver white, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. "I am Stellaris," he said, his voice deep as ancient roots. "Last of the stargazers, and I have been waiting for one who could hear the forest song." "The forest is moving," Lyra said, "growing too fast." "Why?" "Because it remembers," Stellaris replied. "The old ways, the ancient bonds. The forest seeks to reclaim what was promised to it in the time of the founders. Look there," he pointed to a movement in the shadows. A young dragon, no larger than a horse, emerged into the moonlight. Its scales shimmered with an iridescent green that seemed to match the forest canopy, and its eyes held an intelligence that made Lyra catch her breath. "This is Sylphius," Stellaris explained, "a forest worm, born of the last egg of his kind. He has been hiding in these woods since the death of his mother, waiting for the right moment. The forest grows to protect him, but in doing so, it may destroy the very balance it seeks to preserve." The grimoire in Lyra's hands suddenly felt warm. Opening it, she found pages describing the awakening ritual of the Silven Guardians. The words seemed to shift and dance on the page, revealing their secrets to her as if they had been waiting for this moment. "We need to restore the balance," she said, understanding flooding through her. "But I can't do it alone." "No," Stellaris agreed. "You will need representatives of all the forest's ancient pacts. The centaurs who read the stars, the thestrals who walk between life and death, the unicorns who preserve purity, and the forest worm who embodies the wild magic itself over the next few days as the forest crept ever closer to the castle." Lyra worked tirelessly. She convinced Professor Longbottom to help her gather rare herbs needed for the ritual. She earned the trust of the thestrals by showing them she could not only see them, but understand their crucial role in maintaining nature's cycle. The unicorns, drawn to her pure intentions, agreed to participate. But it was Sylphius who proved the most crucial ally. The young dragon understood more than any of them what was at stake. He had felt the forest's pain, its desperate attempt to protect him by reclaiming the lands that had once been promised to it. On the night of the full moon, they gathered in a clearing that hadn't existed the day before. Lyra had drawn the ancient symbols of the Silven guardians in glowing moss upon the ground. At each cardinal point stood a representative of the forest's ancient pacts, Stellaris to the north, a Thestral to the south, a unicorn to the east, and Sylpheus to the west. As Lyra began the ritual, reading from the grimoire in a language older than Latin, older than the founders themselves, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The trees stopped their relentless march toward the castle. The very air grew still. Then, one by one, spirits began to emerge from the shadows, the ghostly forms of the ancient Silven guardians. They moved in a dance as old as the forest itself, weaving between the trees, their forms gradually becoming more solid as the magic built. But something was wrong. The ritual wasn't complete. The forest's magic was too wild, too unfocused. It needed an anchor. Sylpheus spoke, his voice resonating in Lyra's mind. It needs a new guardian to channel its power. Understanding dawned on Lyra's face. The forest wasn't trying to destroy Hogwarts, it was trying to reach it, to reconnect with the world of wizards through a new guardian. Through her. Stepping into the center of the ritual circle, Lyra raised her wand. The grimoire's pages burst into green flame that didn't burn, its ancient knowledge merging with her own magic. She felt the forest's power flow through her, wild and ancient and alive. When the light faded, the forest had stopped its advance. But it wasn't defeated, it was balanced. New paths had opened between the trees, and the boundary between forest and castle grounds was marked by a line of white flowers that had never been seen before at Hogwarts. Lyra's robes had transformed, now bearing the symbol of the Silven guardians, a tree whose roots formed the shape of a pentagram. She had become something new, something that hadn't existed at Hogwarts for centuries, a bridge between the wild and the civilized, the magical and the natural. And in the years that followed, students would sometimes catch glimpses of a girl walking through the forbidden forest with a small green dragon at her side, maintaining the ancient balance that kept both forest and castle thriving. The forest still whispered its secrets, but now there was someone who could listen and understand, ensuring that the old ways and the new could coexist in harmony. Story 4. Time moved differently in the ruins of Hogwarts' old library. Professor Thaddeus Fleming had always known this, but it wasn't until he found the peculiar timepiece that he understood why. The device lay half buried beneath centuries of magical debris, its golden surface untarnished despite its age. Unlike the familiar time-turners he'd studied during his years as an unspeakable, this one bore markings he'd never seen before, ancient runes that seemed to shift and change when he wasn't looking directly at them. The discovery came at a crucial moment. 3 students had vanished in the past week, leaving behind only the faintest trace of temporal magic. As the newly appointed professor of magical artifacts and their histories, Thaddeus had been tasked with investigating these disappearances. Remarkable, he whispered, lifting the device. Its central hourglass contained sand that flowed both up and down simultaneously, creating impossible patterns in the air. When he turned it over, the sand didn't fall instead. It spread outward, forming images of places and times long past. The first vision showed him something that made his breath catch. The 4 founders of Hogwarts, standing in a perfect circle in what appeared to be the Great Hall, but Nur Rar, its magic still settling into the stones. They were performing a ritual he'd never seen documented in any historical text. Their wands moved in perfect synchronization as they wove spells of impossible complexity. At the center of their circle, a darkness writhed something ancient and malevolent that they were forcing down. down into the very foundations of the castle. The vision shifted, and Thaddeus found himself watching scenes from different eras of Hogwarts history. In each one, he noticed a pattern. 4 students, one from each house, unconsciously recreating the founders' positions during moments of great magical significance. The castle seemed to respond to these moments, its magic strengthening. A noise behind him made him turn. Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, floated there, her ethereal form more substantial than he'd ever seen it. "You found it," she said, her voice carrying a weight of centuries. "Mother's chronolith. We wondered when it would resurface." The missing students, Thaddeus said, understanding dawning. "The castle didn't take them. It's trying to protect them." Helena nodded. "The seal is weakening. What the founders imprisoned beneath the castle stirs in its sleep. It seeks to break free, and only the unity of the 4 houses can strengthen the bonds that hold it." That night, Thaddeus called an emergency meeting with 4 specific students he'd been watching throughout the term. Margaret Maggie Weatherby, a Gryffindor whose courage was matched only by her intellect. Thomas Blackwood, a Ravenclaw whose quiet observations often revealed profound insights. Sarah Bones, a Hufflepuff whose loyalty to the school bordered on the supernatural. And Lucian Prince, a Slytherin whose ambition was tempered by a deep respect for magical tradition. As he explained what he'd discovered, the castle itself seemed to listen. The flames in the fireplace burned with unusual colors, and the portraits on the walls leaned forward in their frames. "The missing students," Sarah said, her voice trembling. They're alive," Thaddeus assured her. "The castle has placed them in a kind of temporal sanctuary, protecting them from what's awakening. But we need to act quickly." Using the chronolith, Thaddeus showed them the founder's ritual. Each movement had to be precise, each position exact. They practiced through the night, their magic gradually learning to work in harmony rather than opposition. But time was running out. The next morning, the castle began to shake. Cracks appeared in the walls, seeping a darkness older than the school itself. Students and teachers evacuated to the grounds, watching in horror as tendrils of ancient magic wrapped around the towers. "Now," Thaddeus said to his 4 students. They took their positions in the Great Hall, just as the founders had done centuries ago. The chronolith floated between them, its sand swirling with increasing speed. As they began the ritual, something extraordinary happened. The ghosts of Hogwarts emerged from the walls, not just the usual house ghosts, but hundreds of them, spirits of students and teachers from every era of the school's history. They formed concentric circles around the 4 students, their combined presence strengthening the magical bonds. The entity beneath the castle fought back. Shadows writhed across the floor, trying to break their circle. But for each attack, the ghosts provided a defense, sharing the knowledge of centuries of magical experience. Through the chronolith, Thaddeus could see time itself bending around them. Past and present merged as the original founders' ritual overlapped with their own. For a brief moment, he saw all of Hogwarts history at once, every student, every lesson, every triumph and tragedy that had added to the castle's magic. Maggie's voice rose in a spell that hadn't been spoken in centuries. Thomas's wand movements created patterns of light that rewrote the laws of space. Sarah's unwavering focus anchored them all to the present, while Lucian's cunning adapted their magic to counter each of the entity's attempts to break free. The chronolith's sand burst outward, forming a spherical barrier around them. Inside it, they could see the missing students, preserved in moments of frozen time. With a final, coordinated effort, they pulled their classmates back into the present, while simultaneously reinforcing the ancient bonds that kept the darkness at bay. When it was over, the castle stood quiet once more, its magic renewed and strengthened. The ghosts faded back into the walls, but there was a new awareness to the castle's atmosphere, as if it had awakened to its own history and purpose. The chronolith, its purpose fulfilled, began to fade. Before it disappeared completely, it left one final vision: the founders, smiling with approval at what their school had become, at how the houses could still come together in times of need. In the years that followed, Professor Fleming established a new tradition at Hogwarts. Each year, 4 students, one from each house, were selected to learn the truth about what lay beneath the castle. They became the guardians of lost time, keeping watch for any sign that the ancient bonds might need renewal. And sometimes, late at night, those students would gather in the restored old library, where time still moved differently. There, surrounded by books and artifacts that spanned centuries, they would practice working together, their combined magic echoing the unity that had built Hogwarts in the first place. For they had learned what the founders had known all along, that the greatest magic comes not from power or knowledge alone, but from the ability to stand together across all boundaries of house and time in defense of what matters most. Story 5. The first student turned to crystal at midnight. Moonlight streamed through the windows of Hogwarts' ancient corridors, casting prismatic rainbows across the perfectly preserved face of Emily Chen, her expression frozen in a moment of surprised recognition. By morning, rumors swept through the castle like wildfire. Someone, or something, was turning students to living crystal, each victim transformed during the witching hour when the castle's magic ran deepest. Aurora Blackthorn watched the professors examining Emily's crystalline form, their wands weaving diagnostic spells that revealed nothing but echoes of ancient magic. As a 6th-year Slytherin with an uncanny knack for sensing old magic, Aurora felt something the others missed: a familiar resonance that made her blood run cold. It wasn't until her best friend, James Potter IV from Gryffindor, became the next victim that Aurora decided to take matters into her own hands. She found herself drawn to the castle's deepest dungeons, where the portraits were older and the stones seemed to whisper with memories of forgotten magic. "You feel it, don't you?" a voice called out from a shadowy alcove. Aurora spun around to find herself face to face with a portrait she'd never noticed before: a stern-faced witch in emerald robes, her eyes holding the wisdom of centuries. "The call of your bloodline. Who are you?" Aurora demanded, though something in her heart already knew the answer. "I am Rowena Ravenclaw, and you, child, are more than just another Slytherin student. The crystal curse awakens only in the presence of Salazar's true heir." Aurora's world tilted on its axis. She had always known her family was old, that the name Blackthorn carried weight in certain circles, but that's impossible. The Slytherin line ended centuries ago. The main line, yes. But Salazar had a daughter who chose to fade into obscurity, who married into a family that would one day become the Blackthorns. The castle recognizes your blood, child. That's why it calls to you. That's why the curse manifests now. Deep in the bowels of the castle, something stirred. A distant hissing echoed through the corridors, not the threatening sound of a basilisk, but something older, more ancient. Aurora followed the sound to a hidden chamber, where she found an enormous serpent carved from crystal, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. A crystal basilisk. Rowena's voice echoed from a nearby portrait frame she had followed Aurora into, created by Salazar himself as a guardian, not a weapon. Its gaze was meant to preserve, not kill, capturing threats in crystal until they could be properly judged. But something has awakened it prematurely, corrupted its purpose. Over the next few days, more students fell victim to the curse. Aurora spent every free moment in the library's restricted section, searching for answers. The solution, when she finally found it, made her blood run cold. Only the blood of Slytherin's heir could reverse the crystallization, but the ritual would cost the heir their own magical abilities. There has to be another way, James's sister Lily insisted when Aurora confided in her. As a fourth-year Ravenclaw, Lily had inherited her namesake's brilliant mind along with her family's determination. Their research led them to an unexpected ally, a basilisk, not the Crystal Guardian, but a young one that had been hiding in the deepest parts of the castle for centuries, watching and waiting. Unlike its infamous ancestor, this basilisk had developed a conscience, choosing to hibernate rather than harm students. "I am Argentum," it communicated telepathically to Aurora, recognizing her bloodline. "And I know what corrupted my crystalline cousin." It was fear of losing the old ways, fear of change. The crystal basilisk was meant to preserve Hogwarts traditions, but isolation has twisted its purpose. With Argentum's help, Aurora discovered a hidden chamber beneath the lake, where the castle's ley lines converged. Ancient runes covered the walls, telling a story of balance between preservation and progress, tradition and change. The crystal basilisk had been created not to freeze time, but to protect the essence of magical learning while allowing it to evolve. As the moon reached its zenith on the night of the winter solstice, Aurora stood in the chamber, surrounded by floating crystals containing her petrified classmates. Argentum coiled protectively around her, while Lily prepared the ritual components. "Your blood carries Slytherin's power," Argentum reminded her, "but also his wisdom. The price need not be your magic, only your pride." Understanding dawned on Aurora's face. The ritual didn't require the sacrifice of magic, but the sacrifice of prejudice, of the belief that some bloodlines were superior to others. She would have to renounce not her power, but the very notion of blood supremacy that had led to the crystal basilisk's creation. As she began the ritual, the chamber filled with ethereal light. The crystal basilisk appeared, its form shimmering between solid and spectral. Aurora faced it, speaking words in Parseltongue that came from her very blood. "I am heir to Salazar Slytherin, but I choose a different legacy. Not of preservation through stasis, but of growth through change. Not of purity through isolation, but of strength through unity." The crystal basilisk's eyes met hers, and for a moment, Aurora felt the weight of centuries of tradition and fear. Then, something shifted. The creature's crystalline form began to crack, not breaking but transforming, becoming fluid like quicksilver. One by one, the petrified students began to thaw. Emily Chen was the first to wake, followed by James and the others. As the crystal basilisk shed its rigid form, it merged with Argentum, creating a new guardian for a new age, one that understood both the importance of tradition and the necessity of change. In the years that followed, Aurora became known not as Slytherin's heir, but as the one who helped bridge the gap between the old ways and the new. The new basilisk guardian remained in the chamber beneath the lake, no longer a petrifying force, but a protective one, helping preserve the balance between tradition and progress. And sometimes, late at night, students would catch glimpses of a silver serpent swimming in the lake's depths, its scales reflecting moonlight like living crystal, a reminder that true preservation comes not from freezing time, but from allowing it to flow while keeping what matters most: the courage to change, the wisdom to remember, and the understanding that magic, like life itself, must always be free to evolve. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered secrets on that fateful winter morning, their magic stirring with an intensity that made the very foundations of the castle tremble. Deep beneath the dungeons, in chambers forgotten by time, hundreds of candles suddenly burst into life, their flames casting dancing shadows on the walls of a circular room where 13 figures lay in what appeared to be eternal slumber, arranged in a perfect circle round a mysterious obsidian altar. Marcus Shadowvale opened his eyes for the first time in 3 centuries, his consciousness slowly piecing together the fragments of memory that survived their long magical hibernation. The leader of the Order of Twilight rose from his stone bed, his midnight blue robes still pristine despite the passage of time, protected by magic far older than Hogwarts itself. One by one, his 12 companions awakened, each bearing the silver medallion that marked them as guardians of the world's most dangerous secret. "The seal weakens," whispered Lady Artemisia Moonshadow, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight as she pressed her palm against the ancient stones. The first witch stirs in her prison, above them, in the warmth of the Hogwarts Great Hall. 11-year-old Eleanor Blackwood sat at the Gryffindor table, unaware that her life was about to change forever. Small for her age, with unruly dark curls and eyes that seemed to shift between gray and violet, she had always felt different from her peers. But on this morning, as she absent-mindedly stirred her porridge, the spoon began to float of its own accord, and the air around her crackled with visible strands of silver energy. Professor McGonagall, who had been watching Eleanor closely since the term began, exchanged a worried glance with the headmaster. They had both sensed something unusual about the girl's magic from the moment she arrived at Hogwarts, but this display was unprecedented. The very air seemed to bend around Eleanor, and the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall began to swirl with aurora like patterns that had never been seen before. Deep below, Marcus Shadowvale and his order gathered around their obsidian altar, upon which an ancient tome lay open. Its pages, written in a language that predated Latin, told the story of the first witch, a being of such immense power that the very fabric of magic had bent to her will. In the dawn of time, she had sought to reshape the world according to her vision, believing that magical power should know no bounds or limitations. "Our ancestors built Hogwarts not as a school," Marcus explained to his assembled order, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries, but as a prison for one whose power threatened to unravel the very laws of magic itself. The founders were merely the public face, while our order worked in secret to create the most powerful magical containment ever devised. Lady Artemisia's eyes widened as she studied the magical currents flowing through the castle. "The seal requires a sacrifice of power to maintain its strength," she said, her voice trembling. "But this time, something is different. The magical signatures. They're identical to those recorded from the first witch in the Great Hall." Eleanor's powers continued to manifest in increasingly dramatic ways. Books began to float off the library shelves, seeking her out like moths to a flame. She could hear the thoughts of her classmates as clearly as spoken words, and when she tried to cast a simple levitation charm in Charms class, the entire classroom had lifted off the ground, including Professor Flitwick and all her fellow students. The Order of Twilight split into factions as they debated their course of action. Some, led by Marcus Shadowvale, believed that Eleanor's power must be harvested to reinforce the weakening seal. Others, following Lady Artemisia, saw something more significant in the girl's abilities, not just similar magic, but perhaps the very essence of the first witch reborn. As the debate raged on, Eleanor found herself drawn to the dungeons by an invisible force. The castle seemed to guide her steps, ancient doors swinging open of their own accord, torches lighting her way down spiral staircases that few knew existed. In her mind, she heard a voice, ancient and powerful, speaking in a language she shouldn't understand, but somehow did. The collision of destinies came in the heart of the castle's foundations, where the Order's chamber opened to receive Eleanor, just as another surge of power shook the ancient walls. The girl stood in the doorway, her magic now visible as a swirling aurora around her small frame, facing 13 of the most powerful wizards and witches history had forgotten. "The time has come," Marcus declared, raising his wand. But before he could act, Eleanor spoke, her voice carrying echoes of ages past. "I remember this place," she said, though the words seemed to come from somewhere else, somewhere ancient. "I remember you, Marcus of the Shadows, and the choice you made 3 centuries ago." Lady Artemisia stepped forward, her silver medallion glowing. "She is not our enemy," she declared. "Look at her magic. It seeks not to destroy, but to harmonize. We misunderstood the first witch's intentions. She never sought to unravel magic, but to unite it. The truth unveiled itself in a cascade of memories and revelations. The first witch had not been trying to destroy the magical world, but to prevent its fragmentation. She had seen a future where magical knowledge would become divided, where houses would compete instead of cooperate, where the very essence of magic would be parceled and categorized until its true nature was forgotten. Eleanor, or perhaps the first witch through her, raised her hands, and the obsidian altar began to glow. The magical seals that the Order had maintained for centuries transformed, their purpose shifting from containment to connection. The very foundations of Hogwarts hummed with renewed purpose. "The time of division is ending," Eleanor spoke, her voice blending with that of her ancient predecessor. Hogwarts was never meant to be a prison, but a bridge, a place where all forms of magic could coexist and flourish together. The Order of Twilight, faced with the truth of their centuries-old mission, made their choice. Instead of fighting against Eleanor's awakening power, they became her teachers and protectors. Under their guidance, she learned to control her abilities, to understand the ancient magic that flowed through her veins, and to fulfill the true destiny of both the first witch and Hogwarts itself. As weeks turned into months, Eleanor's presence began to transform Hogwarts in subtle but profound ways. The barriers between houses became more permeable, with students discovering that their magical abilities flourished best when they worked together. The castle itself seemed more alive, its magic more responsive to those who dwelled within its walls. The Order of Twilight emerged from the shadows, no longer guardians of a prison, but keepers of ancient wisdom. They established a new chamber within Hogwarts, where students could learn about the unified nature of magic, transcending the artificial boundaries that had been erected over centuries. And in quiet moments, when Eleanor stood in the highest tower of Hogwarts, watching the aurora of magic dance across the night sky, she felt the presence of the first witch, not as a separate entity to be feared, but as a guide showing the way toward a future where magic could fulfill its true potential, unbound by fear and division, yet tempered by wisdom and understanding. The ancient stones of Hogwarts still whispered their secrets, but now they spoke of harmony instead of containment, of unity instead of division, of a future where the true power of magic lay not in its ability to dominate, but in its capacity to bring wonder and understanding to all who sought its mysteries. Story 7. The autumn wind carried whispers of change through the ancient corridors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In the fading light of dusk, magical torches cast long shadows across stone walls that had stood for a millennium, their flames flickering with an unusual intensity that seemed to herald something extraordinary. Deep beneath the castle's foundations, where a team of magical archaeologists had been excavating for months, destiny was about to reveal itself in the most unexpected way. Professor Cassandra Nightshade stood at the edge of the newly discovered chamber, her dark robes swirling around her tall frame as she observed the team's progress. Though she presented herself to the world as merely the school's divination teacher, her true identity as an unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries was known only to the headmaster. Her presence here was no coincidence. The department had detected unusual temporal disturbances emanating from this location for weeks. Professor Nightshade called out Conrad Thornhart, the lead archaeologist, his voice echoing through the chamber. "I believe we've found something remarkable." As the dust cleared from their latest excavation, an ornate archway emerged from the ancient stone, its surface covered in runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Beyond the arch stood a mirror, but unlike the familiar mirror of Arise, this one emanated an aura of foreboding that made even the most seasoned wizards step back. The mirror's frame was crafted from black obsidian, decorated with intricate carvings of creatures caught in various states of despair. At its crown, a single phrase was etched in ancient runes: Tempus Revelatio Obscura, the dark revelation of time. As Cassandra approached the mirror, its surface began to ripple like liquid mercury. Instead of reflecting the chamber, it showed flashes of scenes that made her blood run cold. Hogwarts in ruins, magical creatures running wild through London's streets, the statute of secrecy in tatters, and a darkness that seemed to consume everything in its path. "Seal off this chamber immediately," she commanded, her carefully cultivated facade of mystical whimsy dropping away to reveal the sharp authority beneath. "No one enters without direct authorization from myself or the headmaster." That night, as the castle slept, Cassandra pored over ancient texts in the restricted section of the library. The mirror, she discovered, was created by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, in collaboration with a forgotten seer named Morgana Doomweaver. Unlike other prophetic devices, this mirror showed not possibilities but certainties unless the viewers took specific actions to prevent the future it revealed. The next morning, Cassandra began her real work. The mirror had shown her 5 students whose choices would inadvertently lead to the apocalyptic future she had witnessed. Each of them carried a piece of the puzzle, though none realized their significance. There was Sebastian Drake, a brilliant but troubled Slytherin 7th year, whose groundbreaking research into temporal magic would accidentally tear a hole in the fabric of reality. Luna Matthews, a compassionate Hufflepuff whose desire to help magical creatures would lead to a catastrophic breach in the barrier between the magical and Muggle worlds. Marcus Blackwood, a Gryffindor whose courage would become recklessness at a crucial moment. Elena Wintersmith, a Ravenclaw whose discovery of an ancient spell would have unintended consequences. And finally, young Thomas Nightshade, no relation to Cassandra, a first year, whose innate magical abilities exceeded anything seen in centuries. Under the guise of a special advanced study group, Cassandra gathered these 5 students together. But with each attempt to alter their paths, the future shown in the mirror grew darker and more terrible. When she prevented Sebastian from accessing certain books about temporal magic, he turned to forbidden dark arts instead. When she tried to discourage Luna's interest in magical creatures, the girl's determination only grew stronger, pushing her toward more dangerous experiments. "The mirror shows us what will be," Sebastian declared one evening, after months of frustration. Through means Cassandra couldn't fathom, he had discovered the chamber and the mirror's true nature. Perhaps we're meant to embrace this future, not fight it, but Cassandra had begun to notice something peculiar about the mirror's prophecies. Each time they attempted to prevent the future it showed, the mirror would reveal a new, worse outcome, almost as if it were responding to their efforts, rather than merely predicting the future. Her suspicion grew when she caught young Thomas sneaking into the chamber late one night. As she watched from the shadows, she saw something extraordinary. The boy stood before the mirror, and unlike everyone else who had gazed into its depths, he saw nothing but his own reflection. "It doesn't work on me," he said, somehow sensing her presence. I think it's afraid of me." This revelation led Cassandra to a stunning realization. The mirror wasn't a tool for preventing catastrophe, it was the catastrophe itself. Created with the noblest intentions by Rowena Ravenclaw, it had developed its own consciousness over the centuries, and now sought to manipulate events to ensure its prophecies came true. The solution, when it finally came to her, was both simple and terrible. The mirror's power lay in showing people futures they would desperately try to prevent. But what if, instead of fighting against these visions, they embraced them not as prophecies to be avoided, but as challenges to be understood? Gathering her 5 students once more, Cassandra shared her discovery. Together, they began to study the mirror's prophecies not as warnings, but as lessons. Sebastian's temporal magic research, when properly guided, led to breakthroughs in protecting magical boundaries. Luna's connection with magical creatures became crucial in establishing new, safer ways of maintaining the barrier between worlds. Marcus learned to temper his courage with wisdom, Elena to consider the full implications of her discoveries. And young Thomas began to understand that his unique immunity to the mirror's influence meant he had a special role to play in maintaining the balance between present and future. The mirror, sensing its influence waning, made one final, desperate attempt to enforce its will. During a particularly violent magical storm, it began to crack, releasing temporal energy that threatened to tear apart the fabric of reality. But the 5 students, working together with their mentor, used their combined knowledge and abilities, the very things the mirror had tried to warn against, to contain and redirect the energy. In the end, the mirror shattered, its pieces turning to dust that scattered on the chamber floor. But its legacy lived on in the lessons it had inadvertently taught, that the future is not a fixed path to be feared or avoided, but a possibility to be shaped with wisdom, courage, and understanding. Cassandra Nightshade remained at Hogwarts, continuing her role as divination teacher. Only now, when students asked her about predicting the future, she would smile mysteriously and say, "The future is not something to be seen, but something to be made with every choice, every action, and every moment of understanding we achieve." And deep beneath Hogwarts, in the chamber where the mirror once stood, 5 sets of initials carved into the ancient stone served as a reminder that sometimes the greatest prophecies are the ones we choose not to fulfill. Story 8. The great halls of Hogwarts had never felt so empty. Where once the corridors buzzed with the vibrant hum of spells and the cheerful chaos of students practicing charms, now magic seemed to whisper rather than sing. Professor Lyra Moonweaver stood at the window of her office, watching as first-year students struggled to perform even the simplest levitation charms, their faces etched with concentration as feathers barely trembled instead of soaring. Something was wrong with magic itself, and Lyra could feel it in her bones. The daughter of a wand maker and a spell theorist, she had always been uniquely attuned to the currents of magical energy that flowed through the world. Now, at 32, as the youngest charms Professor Hogwarts had seen in centuries, she couldn't ignore the growing void she sensed in the fabric of magic itself. The first sign that something was terribly wrong came when the portrait of Albus Dumbledore simply faded away. Not the gentle sleeping that magical portraits were known for, but a gradual disappearance that left nothing but blank canvas behind. Within days, other headmasters began to vanish as well, centuries of wisdom disappearing stroke by stroke. "It's as if they're being unmade," Professor McGonagall observed, her voice heavy with concern as she and Lyra stood before the rapidly emptying wall of portraits. Whatever is affecting magic, it's starting with its most complex manifestations first. Driven by an urgency she couldn't fully explain, Lyra began to research obsessively. She spent countless hours in the library, poring over ancient texts about the fundamental nature of magic. Each night, she walked the castle's corridors, using her unique sensitivity to map the flowing currents of magical energy, that had sustained Hogwarts for centuries. It was during one of these midnight wanderings that she found a door that hadn't been there before, materializing in the stone wall like a mirage becoming solid. The magic emanating from behind it felt different, ancient, and somehow familiar. The chamber beyond the door took her breath away. Circular in design, its walls were covered in intricate runes that glowed with a faint blue light. In the center, floating in midair, was what appeared to be the first wand ever created a length of elder wood that hummed with power so pure it brought tears to her eyes. As Lyra approached, the wand began to project images into the air, memories preserved from the dawn of wizardkind. She saw the founders of Hogwarts, but not as they appeared in history books. They stood around a massive artifact, their faces grave as they worked complex magic upon it. The wellspring, a voice whispered, and Lyra turned to find the ghost of Helena Ravenclaw watching her. "You've found Mother's greatest secret, and perhaps her greatest mistake." The truth unfolded through Helena's words and the wand's memories. The founders had created an artifact of immense power, the wellspring designed to store magical energy as a safeguard against a threat they had foreseen, a being of pure anti-magic that would one day try to devour all magical power from the world. But something went wrong, Helena explained, her ethereal form flickering more than usual. The wellspring wasn't just storing magic, it was draining it, pulling it from the world like water down a well. Mother realized too late that their creation had developed its own hunger. The implications hit Lyra like a physical blow. The portraits weren't simply fading, their magic was being consumed. The students' struggles weren't due to lack of skill, their spells were being drained before they could fully form. The very essence of magic was being pulled into the wellspring, and if it wasn't stopped, the magical world would slowly wither away to nothing. But the memories showed something else too, the threat the founders had foreseen. It was real, and it was coming. The wellspring had been created as the only defense against a force that would otherwise consume all magic in an instant. Lyra found herself faced with an impossible choice. Disable the wellspring and restore magic to the world, but leave it defenseless against an ancient enemy, or allow magic to slowly fade away in order to power the very shield that protected it. She took the problem to a secret council of Hogwarts' finest minds, living and dead. For weeks they debated, searched for alternatives, and tried to find a way to modify the wellspring's power. But time was running out. More portraits vanished each day. Magical creatures began to lose their powers, and even the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall started to show ordinary sky more often than not. The solution, when it finally came to Lyra, was both brilliant and terrible. The wellspring didn't need to store all magic, it just needed enough to maintain the shield. If she could find a way to regulate its drain, to make it take only what was necessary. Using her wandmaker's heritage and her unique sensitivity to magical currents, Lyra began to modify the first wand, transforming it into a key that could access and alter the wellspring's fundamental nature. Each adjustment was delicate. Dangerous work, one mistake, could either release all the stored magic at once or cause the wellspring to drain magic even faster. The final ritual took place on the winter solstice, when magical energies were naturally at their peak. Lyra stood in the chamber, the ancient wand raised, as she attempted to reshape the very foundation of one of the most powerful magical artifacts ever created. The backlash was immediate and violent. Magic swirled around her like a tornado, raw power fighting against her attempts to contain and direct it. Images flashed through her mind, the founders casting their original spells, the approaching threat they had foreseen, the countless generations of witches and wizards who had unknowingly lived under the wellspring's protection. In that moment of connection with pure magical energy, Lyra understood something profound about the nature of magic itself. It wasn't just a tool or a force, it was alive in its own way, capable of adapting and evolving. She stopped fighting to control the wellspring and instead began to communicate with it, showing it a better way to fulfill its purpose. The change, when it came, was subtle at first. The magical drain didn't stop completely, but it became selective, taking only what was freely given rather than pulling from every magical act. The portraits began to stabilize, though some remained faded. Students found their spells working properly again, and the enchanted ceiling once more reflected the sky with perfect clarity. Lyra emerged from the chamber changed, her hair streaked with silver from her communion with pure magic. She had succeeded in saving the magical world, but at a price. The wellspring still needed power to maintain its protection, and now that burden fell to her. As its new guardian, she would need to regularly feed it portions of her own magical energy to keep it satisfied. In the years that followed, magic slowly began to flourish again at Hogwarts. The crisis had passed, but it left behind important lessons about the price of power and the responsibility of those who wielded it. Lyra continued to teach charms, though now she emphasized not just the how of magic, but also the why, the delicate balance that kept their world alive, and the importance of using power wisely. And deep within the castle, the wellspring hummed with a new harmony, no longer draining magic indiscriminately, but working in concert with the very force it had been created to protect, a reminder that sometimes the greatest threats can become the strongest allies, if only we take the time to understand them. Story 9. Moonlight filtered through the ancient trees of the forbidden forest, casting silver shadows that danced like ghostly fingers across the forest floor. Professor Thaddeus Silverthorn moved silently through the darkness, his weathered face illuminated by the faint blue light emanating from his wand. 20 years of teaching defense against the dark arts had taught him to recognize when something was amiss in the magical world, and tonight, every instinct screamed that something was terribly wrong. The unicorns had been disappearing. Not hunting or migration, they were simply fading away, leaving behind only scattered pools of silver blood that gleamed like mercury in the moonlight. As he reached a familiar clearing, his heart stopped. There, lying beneath an ancient oak tree, was the last unicorn of the forbidden forest. The magnificent creature's coat, once brilliantly white, had taken on a crystalline transparency. Its horn glowed with a pulsing light that seemed to beat in rhythm with some distant cosmic force. As Thaddeus approached, the unicorn's eyes opened, revealing depths of wisdom that made his own considerable years seem like mere moments in comparison. "You come at last, seeker of truth," the unicorn spoke directly into his mind, its mental voice carrying echoes of ancient magic. "I feared my strength would fail before I could deliver my warning." Before Thaddeus could respond, the unicorn's horn flashed brilliantly, projecting images into the air around them. He saw Salazar Slytherin, not as history portrayed him, but as he truly was, a man torn between power and protection, working complex magic in the depths of the castle. The vision shifted, showing a curse taking shape, but something was wrong. Shadows moved at the edges of the scene, manipulating and twisting Slytherin's magic into something far darker than he had intended. "The curse awakens," the unicorn warned, its mental voice growing weaker. "What was meant to protect has been corrupted. When the next blood moon rises, all those born without magic in their blood will begin to turn to stone, starting with the youngest." But this was never Slytherin's true purpose. He was deceived. The unicorn's form flickered like a candle in the wind. "Seek the Slytherin outcast, the ghost who guards the deepest secrets, and the one who bridges the worlds. Only together can you uncover the truth and prevent the petrification of innocence With a final surge of power, the unicorn pressed one last vision into Thaddeus's mind, the image of a young woman with fierce green eyes and the Slytherin crest on her robes. Though she stood protectively before a group of Muggle-born students. Then the majestic creature dissolved into a shower of silver light, leaving behind only its horn, which fell softly to the forest floor. Within hours, Thaddeus had identified the woman from his vision, Selena Blackthorn, a seventh-year Slytherin who had publicly renounced her family's pure-blood supremacist views, making her an outcast among many of her housemates. Finding her was easy. Convincing her to help proved unnecessary. "I've been having dreams," she admitted when he approached her. "Visions of people turning to stone, and a voice calling me to right an ancient wrong. I thought I was going mad." The ghost proved more challenging to locate. It was Helena Ravenclaw who finally directed them to the spirit of Edmund Blackstone, a long-forgotten student who had died trying to uncover Slytherin's secrets. He haunted the deepest dungeons, where the castle's foundations met raw bedrock. "I watched him, you know," Edmund's ghost whispered when they found him. "Watched Slytherin create his great work, a shield to protect the school from dark forces that would corrupt magic itself." But something else was watching too, something that twisted his protection into a curse. The final member of their unlikely group was Marcus Fleming, a squib who worked as the school's groundskeeper. Despite his lack of magical ability, he had developed an unprecedented understanding of magical artifacts and their properties, using ancient relics to channel power in ways that even trained wizards found remarkable. As the blood moon approached, they worked tirelessly to unravel the mystery. Selena's unique perspective as a Slytherin who had rejected pure blood ideology provided insights into the founder's true intentions. Edmund's centuries of observation revealed patterns in the castle's magic that no living person had noticed. Marcus's unconventional understanding of magical artifacts helped them identify the components of Slytherin's original spell. The truth they uncovered was startling. Salazar Slytherin had foreseen a future where dark forces would attempt to corrupt the very source of magic, targeting those most vulnerable Muggle-born wizards whose connection to magic was newest and therefore most fragile. His spell was meant to crystallize their magical cores temporarily, protecting them from corruption until the danger passed. But ancient beings of chaos, the same forces he had foreseen, had twisted his magic over centuries. Instead of protecting Muggle-borns, it would now petrify them permanently, turning them into literal cornerstones of a dark power's attempt to enter their world. The night of the blood moon arrived with an otherworldly red glow that seemed to seep into the very stones of Hogwarts. In the Chamber of Secrets, which Selena's unique combination of Slytherin heritage and compassion for Muggle-borns had helped them access, they prepared for the ritual that would restore Slytherin's original spell. Marcus arranged ancient artifacts in a complex pattern, creating a network of magical conductors that would allow them to channel and redirect the curse's power. Edmund's spirit flowed through the chamber's pillars, his centuries of observation allowing him to map the castle's magical currents. Thaddeus stood at the center, wielding the unicorn's horn like a wand, its pure magic providing the power they needed to cleanse the corruption. But it was Selena who proved crucial in the final moment. As the blood moon reached its zenith and the curse began to activate, she stepped into the heart of their ritual circle. Her willingness to risk herself a pure-blood Slytherin fighting to protect Muggle-borns created a resonance with Salazar's original protective intentions, providing the spiritual key they needed to unlock and restore his true magic. The chamber filled with blinding light as centuries of corruption burned away. When the light faded, the curse was transformed back into its original protective spell, ready to shield rather than harm. The unicorn's horn had dissolved, its power spent, but its sacrifice had helped save countless lives. In the years that followed, Thaddeus continued teaching defense against the dark arts, now with a deeper understanding of how protection spells could be corrupted over time. Selena became an advocate for magical cooperation, working to bridge the gaps between pure blood and Muggle-born communities. Marcus established a school within Hogwarts teaching alternative methods of working with magic, helping those with different magical abilities find their own path. And in the deepest parts of the castle, Edmund's ghost kept watch, ensuring that the restored protection spell remained true to Slytherin's original intention, not to divide the magical world, but to protect all those who called it home, regardless of their blood status. The story of their discovery and the truth about Salazar Slytherin's intentions gradually became known throughout the wizarding world, challenging centuries of prejudice and reminding everyone that magic, in its purest form, knows no boundaries of birth or blood. The tale served as a reminder that sometimes the greatest deceptions are not in what history remembers, but in what it forgets to mention. Story 10. The ancient library of Hogwarts held many secrets, but none quite like the one Aurora Blackwood discovered on that fateful winter evening. Moonlight streamed through the frost-covered windows, casting an ethereal glow on the dusty tomes that lined the restricted section's shelves. Her fingers traced the spine of an ancient grimoire, its leather binding warm to the touch despite the chamber's chill. The book practically leaped into her hands, its pages flying open to reveal text written in a script that seemed to move like liquid silver across the parchment. Aurora's heart raced as she recognized the signature at the bottom. Rowena Ravenclaw herself had penned these words. "The 4 gates must remain sealed." The text began, "For what lies beyond seeks only to devour all that we have built." The price was great, but the alternative was unthinkable. A sudden gust of wind extinguished the nearby candles, plunging the library into darkness broken only by the strange pulsing glow emanating from the grimoire's pages. In that otherworldly light, Aurora saw something that made her blood run cold, a map of Hogwarts unlike any she had seen before, showing not just the castle's physical structure, but layers of magical energy that converged at 4 specific points. As the last living descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw, a fact known only to her and the headmaster Aurora had always felt a special connection to the castle. But now, studying the diagram, she understood why. Hogwarts wasn't just built on a convergence of ley lines as most believed. It was constructed to seal a dimensional portal that threatened to unleash creatures of shadow into our world. The founders had each contributed a piece of their own essence to create the seals, binding them with magic so powerful it had echoed through their bloodlines for generations. But now, as the millennium turned, the barriers were weakening. The castle itself seemed to tremble with the weight of this knowledge. Aurora's discovery set in motion a chain of events that would test not just her own courage, but the very foundations of trust between the houses of Hogwarts. She needed to find 3 other students, each representing their respective houses, to reinforce the seals before they failed completely. Marcus Steelheart, a Gryffindor prefect known for his unwavering sense of justice, was the first to join her cause. His family's ancient connection to Godric Gryffindor manifested in his extraordinary ability to see magical auras, a gift that would prove crucial in their quest. Helena Wintermist, a quiet Hufflepuff with an uncanny ability to communicate with the castle's magical creatures, carried Helga's legacy in her very bones. The plants in the greenhouse seemed to reach for her as she passed, and even the most aggressive magical beasts would calm in her presence. Finding Slytherin's heir proved more challenging. Dominic Shadowvile kept to himself, wrestling with the weight of his heritage and the choices it presented. His family had served as guardians of the portal's creatures for generations, believing that their return would usher in an age of unprecedented magical power. As the four students began their work to understand and reinforce the seals, strange occurrences plagued the castle. Shadows moved against the light, whispers echoed through empty corridors, and students reported increasingly disturbing dreams. The creatures beyond the portal could sense the weakening barriers, and they were growing bold. Aurora spent countless nights in the library, attempting to decipher the grimoire's cryptic instructions for reinforcing the seals. Each passage seemed to lead to more questions, more mysteries. The book spoke of a ritual that required perfect harmony between the four heirs, a feat that seemed nearly impossible given the tension between them. Dominic's internal struggle reached its peak during a particularly dark night, when the shadows seemed almost solid. His family's teachings warred with his own observations of the darkness that pressed against the failing seals. A creature had whispered promises of power directly into his mind, offering knowledge beyond imagining. But it was Helena who helped him see the truth. During a late-night encounter in the astronomy tower, she shared her own visions not of power and glory, but of the harmony that had existed between all magical beings before the shadow creatures had attempted to corrupt it. Her pure heart and unwavering compassion reminded Dominic of what magic was truly meant to be. The final test came during the winter solstice, when the barriers between dimensions grew naturally thin. The four students gathered in the heart of Hogwarts, where the ley lines converged beneath the Great Hall. Each took their position at a cardinal point, just as their ancestors had done 1,000 years before. The ritual began with Aurora reading from the grimoire, her voice carrying the weight of centuries as she spoke words in a language older than Latin. Marcus's aura sight revealed the intricate web of power that connected them all, while Helena's connection to magical creatures helped them sync their energies with the castle's own rhythms. But it was Dominic who faced the greatest challenge. As they worked to reinforce the seals, a shadow creature breached the weakened barrier, offering him one final temptation. In that moment, seeing the corruption that lurked behind its promises of power, Dominic made his choice. His rejection of the creature's offer, combined with the united power of all four heirs, created a resonance that not only reinforced their original seals, but strengthened them beyond what the founders had achieved. The shadows retreated, driven back by a light that seemed to emanate from the very stones of Hogwarts. The four students collapsed, exhausted but triumphant, as the castle hummed with renewed energy. The seals were restored, stronger than ever, woven with the combined power of their shared purpose and understanding. In the days that followed, changes subtle but significant rippled through Hogwarts. The houses, while maintaining their unique characteristics, found new ways to cooperate and support each other. The grimoire, its purpose fulfilled, transformed into a record of their achievement, ensuring that future generations would understand not just the threat they had faced, but the power of unity in overcoming it. Aurora continued her research into the dimensional barriers, now aided by her newfound friends. Marcus devoted himself to teaching others to recognize and understand magical energies. Helena's connection with magical creatures grew stronger, allowing her to bridge gaps between different magical species. And Dominic, finally at peace with his heritage, became a strong advocate for responsible and ethical use of power. The story of their achievement became legend within Hogwarts, though few knew the full truth of what had occurred. The castle stood stronger than ever, its foundations reinforced not just by ancient magic, but by the bonds of friendship and trust that had formed between four students who had learned to see beyond their differences. And sometimes on quiet nights when the moon is full, those who walk the castle's halls might catch glimpses of four ghostly figures standing guard at the cardinal points, their eternal vigilance ensuring that the barriers between worlds remain strong and true